All right. So yesterday, where we left off, um, I covered a bit of doing client work using AI. So I don't think the recording went up, but what we did cover in this example was this all came from the client here. It's about this client wants to get a website done, and one of the frustrating things, well, not the frustrating things, but one of the slowest things when doing a web project or just doing client projects is the content. So the content either comes from the client and they write it out. If they don't have it together, then they take some time to put some points together, get their own copywriters, flesh it out. Another thing that can happen, at least in my experience, is that they'll come with some dot points, and it's then your job as a designer to help flesh out those dot points into sentences, to figure out the target audience, the sort of sales funnel of it all. Put in the call to actions, make it like sort of coercive writing. And generally what tends to happen is that it does take time. Like it can take anything from, an hour, a couple of hours, a couple of days, even weeks, just depending on the complexity of it. And what I thought, I sort of discovered this technique. It sort of came out of, I was doing an online video call, and it just happened to have the transcript. And I thought, wouldn't it be funny if I just chucked that transcript into ChatGPT and then just see what happens? And so when I did that, it started to return really important points that I missed. And it gave me the idea. Like this was just a chat I was having with a client, but it gave me an idea of, could I use this to write the website content? So I tried it. And so, what ended up happening was I'd sit down with the client. It's actually like a video, like a face-to-face, online call. And the reason why I chose to do it's just like a Zoom meeting. The reason why I chose to do that is because it not only has a video recording of this, but it also records a transcript. And so then what I would do would be to have just like a 30-minute conversation with the client about their project, about what their goals are, what their vision is for this. Just a chat, conversation, a dialogue, learn more about them. And then we'd have this conversation, and then I would take the transcript, throw it into ChatGPT or another equivalent, and this is where it started to ask it, analyze this conversation. From this conversation, help me map out the structure of this website. With these key sections, let's write the content for this page. Okay, cool. I like the structure of that page. Now I'll use that structure and write the next page and the next page. And so what would typically take, like I said, hours, weeks to turn around, this does take like minutes. And it's pretty incredible. So what I'm going to do is I'll just quickly run through this again. We did cover these yesterday, but I don't think it got recorded, so we'll try it one more time. And then I'll just go through to the end result that we got. So this is from from yesterday. So where this all begins is I'll go into Google Drive and Meet recording. So I use Google Meet. It's got it down here. So from the meeting, this is the, there is no audio to this, but this is essentially, what's happening. We are just having a face-to-face, digital face-to-face conversation, and asking through questions. And there's a client. And so what I love about this style is that instead of spending all that creative energy and just that time and that resource and that budget doing the copywriting, word by word, letter by letter, and doing it ourselves, I can take that time and energy and just focus it on that face-to-face conversation, having a really productive, a really insightful, meaningful conversation, and use that to then build the context of everything, but to build the structure, to build all the detail. And so this is a really good example of using AI. There's this mistake that people are making, is they're using AI to shortcut processes, amplify laziness. But what I'm doing here is a little bit different. This is amplifying creativity and that human connection. So when we have this conversation, the richness and the depth of that conversation, that's what's going to give us all this detail. That's what's going to give us this direction and this strategy. If we have a terrible conversation, then the content that comes is going to be terrible. The structure will be terrible. If we spoke about the Kardashians for half an hour, then the content is going to be derived from, our conversation on the Kardashians, and not what's happening here with the client and their company and their goals and their vision. So this is where, it doesn't remove the creativity from the process. It takes that creative budget and energy and focuses it where it's the most important part, which is that human to human part. So that's my theory, at least. And I've been trialing this. So I've trialed this on 2 websites so far. And I think it works really well. So let's have a look at this. Conversation comes from that. So that's the recording that happens. And then we've got the transcript. I'd have to zoom in on this. But yeah. And so as you can see, details the entire conversation. And this is what we'll use to feed into ChatGPT or any other LLM, any other program. The reason why I focus on ChatGPT is I think there's benefit and perhaps even more capability if you build your own tools. Use the APIs to, in this case, the OpenAI APIs, and then you can build your own tools around this to really systemize the automation. I have done that in the past, but that's not really what I'm focused on at the moment, because what I've noticed is there's so much development and depth being put into ChatGPT. Instead of me trying to, as an individual, try to create a powerful tool set, I'm going to leverage where so much resource and so much talent and capital is being put onto, in this case ChatGPT, and work out workflows from that. So they may not be perfect, because I think this is a bit of it's a bit of a Swiss Army knife, ChatGPT, in the sense that a Swiss Army knife is really good at doing most things, okay, but it's not really good at doing one thing excellently. Like, it's not a great knife, it's not a great screwdriver, it's not a great pair of scissors, but it is great at having all of those packed together at once. But if you want to use a screwdriver or a drill, or if you want to use a knife, then you go grab those tools because they're purpose built. I think ChatGPT is more of the, it is that Swiss Army knife. It's pretty good at most things, but to do one thing really well, I don't think it's that great. But I think there are trade-offs to everything. So I'm, sort of sticky taping and duct taping a workflow together to get it to run through ChatGPT. Yeah. And if there's something that really needs to be done that ChatGPT isn't capable of, then that's the time to go and investigate building something either on top of that, supplementary to, or, something brand new. But, yeah, focus on speed. So we take that, and now what we'll do is we feed it into ChatGPT. And so this is essentially what happens. So I chuck it in there. Actually, we'll do one from scratch. Upload from computer. I'll just put in that Word doc. And now I can just, start off by saying, analyze this. And so, essentially how this is working is it's using all right, we're back. It looked like the stream dropped out for a bit. So where the power of this is it's using our original conversation as, the ground truth, its source of knowledge. And I'm really just having a conversation with the conversation. So any details that I missed or new insights that can be derived from this, I can use the power of an LLM to draw that out. And here's some, here's a really basic summary, but I can go further than that because I know this conversation was quite directed. I had a list of about 16 questions that, it wasn't just a general chit chat. It was a chit chat with some guidelines and a framework to derive some answers. So if I ask it about, I want to, let's make this. I want to create a website. Please give me go sitemap. And here's the cool part. So it's generating the sitemap structure of this website, but it's using that conversation as, as that reference, that ground truth. But it's also using and tapping into, in this case, ChatGPT's full breadth understanding of, web design, web structure. So it's sort of bringing these two worlds together. It's taking this vast knowledge, source and framing it from this conversation and then generating answers from that. So yeah, a lot of this is, can be pretty stock standard. Well, one of the things to avoid is if everybody has ChatGPT, well, here's another way to look at it. if everybody has an advantage, then no one has an advantage. So if one person's using ChatGPT but no one else is, okay, they're superhuman. But if everybody's using it, then everybody's superhuman. And if everybody's asking the same question, they're all going to get the same answers. So yes, this is quick, and this is a really simple technique, and it's really accessible. But because everybody can do it, it means that this will just blend in. And you can already see it. You can already see the AI generated content copywriting. It's good if it was done 10 years ago, 5 years ago even. But because everything's at that level now, it just kind of, it blends into the background, which is not what we want, especially in communication. You know, we want to stand out, be heard. We want to be the signal in the noise. So this is where it becomes the idea of this prompt engineer thing. It's, you know, it's a cute title, but it's a lot more than that. I think it sort of understates the value of a thought process, but we can use prompt engineer or prompt engineering. There's got to be a better way, because it's not engineering. You know, it's not like, I would say that's closer to being a pilot. Yeah. Closer to being a pilot than an engineer. So, but it's probably closest to being like a wizard, getting the right spell, or saying the right combination of words to get what you want. So a way to avoid that is really think about how you ask that question, how you shape that question. And in this case, the question is not just like, why is the sky blue ? A question in this case, I think it's probably more algebraic. And by that I mean, like, we can use this as an example. So our question is, create what content can we create for this client's website? But how we ask that question in more of an algebraic form is exactly like what we've got here. We've got a transcript. So that's a variable plugged into this question. We've sort of prompted, give me a sitemap for the structure. And so it's sort of derived an answer from that. But then we can look at that answer on that sitemap, and we can say, well, this feels very stock standard. What piece, what instrument, what apparatus, what variable can we sort of attach to this section, the sitemap, to adjust it, to change the way the rest of it flows. Maybe it's a little bit like plumbing, and we've got this like water source flowing through, and our job is to filter it, shape it, change it, whatever. I don't know, but that's the way at least it works in my mind. So yes, what this site structure that it's come up with does feel very stock, but then I have to align it to what we're actually doing here. Look, our job here isn't to just become AI wizards. AI is just a tool. At least in this case, it is just a tool to help to become superhuman, to have superhuman powers. And so, yeah, that's it. Well, I'm treating it like a tool. Yeah. Okay, so what we're like, the purpose of what we're doing here, as I said, it's not about being these AI masters. It is doing the job of what we're set out to do. That is fulfilling the client's visions and goals with communication. That's it. So what this is really about, this task of doing this website, it's just about communication. We're leveraging these AI tools just to be more efficient, to have... Well, here's another way to look at it. What I've noticed in sort of small scale, like freelance at a sort of a probably the lower budget levels, like your local client type freelancer, is that the budgets aren't growing. The budgets are actually, I'd say, probably shrinking. Because there is a lot more capability by clients to do like their own work. Like they can use Canva, they can use ChatGPT, they can use Squarespace, and they can set this up themselves. But there's a caveat to that, is that although these tools are democratized, it still takes time. Although these tools are democratized and everybody can use them, and they simplify the tool set down that, it's easy for people to use. Here's an example. Canva will allow you to use templates and easily edit colors, easy to export, and a few other things. It can even use AI to help generate content. But the thing that Canva will never be able to do, at least as far as I can see is their goal, it'll never ask you why. Why are you doing that? So you could say, okay, I'm doing a flyer for my local pickleball tournament. And I'm going to use the color pink, and I'm going to use the font Zapfino, and I'm going to have 16-point font for the body copy. And you can do that. And the tools will allow you to do that. But it's never going to come back to you and say, well, who's your target market? How are you going to print this? How are you going to deliver this? Where is it going to be seen? Is this something that people are going to pick up in a cafe, or are they going to get it in the mail? Are you going to door knock? And there are all these variables in how the content is seen and how it's delivered and the target market. Because let's say in this fictional client, they want to get pickleball in this local community, and they're trying to get more teenage boys into it. Well, the pink Zapfino font, it's not going to work. But Canva's not going to tell you that. And this is the problem with these democratized tools, is they give you access to become a digital creator, but the thinking part, that's what's missing. Now, some people will have that. Some people, they might make it easier. They might make it more genre specific in their templates. But, as we all know, that like every word, every letter, has a place. Like every piece has a purpose to its end goal. If you have a part and you can get rid of it and the thing still works, then you didn't need that part. But if you have a lot of parts and it works, and then you strip a lot of those parts out and it still works, then you didn't need all those things. And so this is what comes down to, this is where this creative, probably creative thinking, whatever you want to call it, design thinking, there's probably a better term for that now, but this is what this is the important part. So I think in terms of like AI tools, as they develop and get further along, I reckon a good AI assistant is probably going to ask you why you're doing it like this. Have you thought about that? At the moment, they're just sort of a call and response. It's giving you, it's acting like an oracle. It's giving you a lot of information, more so than ever before in that entire human history. But it's not asking you a question back of well, why would you do that? Because I think once we get to that, that's where that symbiosis of machine and human brains working together as one. But anyway, it's a bit of a sidetrack. Get back to this website. So, yep, and then we can go through here and we can say, okay, happy with that. Write the content for the home page. And then here we go. It's going through. We can see that. And it's actually writing out the content. Now, again, this is very stock standard, but the big benefit we've got is it has shaped this using the original conversation. So it's incorporating the intent, the goals, and the purpose of what we're trying to achieve here. It knows what we're trying to achieve because in the original conversation, that's what was asked. What is your goals with this? What is your vision for the business? Where do you want to be in 6 months' time? And how can we get this website to help you? So all of these contextual pieces, they're all feeding into this content. Now, yes, it is a bit stock standard, and that's just one of the, the Swiss Army knife things about ChatGPT. But given more time, I can go through here and even just add smaller introductory or intermediate prompts that will help to shape that in a certain direction. But again, going back to the communication of this is, I want this to be, this is for a landscaper. I'm not trying to make this poetic. It's got to communicate very simply what this landscaper for the local community in this regional area, who he is, what they do, and why them. So we can go through and we can change all of this and twist it and get all crafty with it, but it's not necessary. I don't think it's not necessary. It's just overdoing it. And this is where you got to have discipline. And this is going back to the Canva thing. Canva's not going to help you to be able to find that distinction, at least not in its current state. And I don't see anything within, where it's at the moment. I don't see how any of the decisions is leading in that direction. I think Canva, well, let's talk about Canva. The cool thing about doing this live stream is there's no one watching. For me, this is just really good practice to sort of get these ideas out. But the thing about Canva is, to me, I think it's just a glorified template creator. There is nothing to me that's uniquely special about it. I don't actually think it's very powerful. I think there's a lot of trade-offs and a lot of compromises to get anything to work. It's fast. It's probably more accessible to, regular non-design people. But it does feel overrated to me. Now, you look at the Adobe stuff. Yeah, there's a huge learning curve to jump into the Adobe world. But once you got it, man, that stuff is so powerful. It's great. The learning curve might be 6 months, but put in that 6 months and then suddenly you can create anything. It's awesome. Well, I believe so. I've been using Adobe for about 20 years now. Anyway, so back to the content. So here we go. We got some content. It's pretty cool. And then I'll just go through and, step and repeat and get that all done. And yeah, it takes minutes. I'd say probably 3 minutes in total. To then, as I described yesterday, what I do is then I just paste it into, in this case, I just used Google Docs. Keep it easy, make it easy to to access. And so what I do when I'm happy with an answer that ChatGPT's generated, then I'll just copy and paste it into like its own document. This is really just to have like a sort of quote unquote hard copy, because I don't want to have to sift through like pages and pages of a conversation where there's many iterations of the one answer to find what I want. So when I'm happy, I just sort of grab it, plop it in, and just do that. So then I know I've got that. And so another benefit with this is, if I want to go back into it and make changes or just work on this prompt, like let's just say I just want to work on the language and I'm not really concerned about, the entire history of that transcript, I can just go through here and use this, just copy and paste this in. So here's an example, like just spelling. I might need to localize it to Australia. That's all I want to do. Things like that or anything. So, and then what I do is with these new Google tabs, I just have one for each page. There's a home, about us, services, and so on. And this is really good. And so here's a really cool example, like frequently asked questions. It's actually created the FAQ based upon what we spoke about in that conversation. So it's given me the types of questions because when we sat down and spoke, I did sort of, ask a question like, what are the most asked questions that you get? And the client sort of thought about it and he came back and said, people always ask about time frame. I say, well, what's, and we started to sort of workshop some answers with that. We sort of said we could probably remedy it like this. We could say, 3 to 4 weeks. This is the process, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, yep, that sounds good. And, just by the nature of, how this process works, then it's included that as an answer. So, it's a really powerful technique. Minutes this took. Now, when I spoke earlier about, I can use ChatGPT, but I can actually probably make my own custom solution, my own custom script using the OpenAI API. And I could probably just set out all these instructions already, sort of preloaded, so that all I would have to do is just take that transcript, drag and drop it into, this script, and then all of this writing would be exported and so on. I don't think it's necessary to do that yet. I think what's important is to still figure out, the ins and outs, how intricate it is, the ghost in the machine, so to speak. And then when we sort of land with that, we use that to build something if we need to. And this is such a simple site. Like, this is a simple local client site. So, yeah. But anyway, that's it for that. Yeah. I think that's all I'm going to talk about with that. So, the next part we're going to do is, this is probably where I'll just get into the workflow of things, where I'm just going to create some work. Here's a cool example. So I made this earlier. another thing that what I really love using ChatGPT for is you think of ChatGPT as a tool, but there's another way to think about it. You can use a hammer, bang it on things, whatever, with other tools to make other tools, to make new tools. So you can use a hammer to make new tools, to then do new things. ChatGPT is exactly the same. You can use it as a tool to create tools. And so one of the things that I needed, I run online classes, and I just need a big display that has the time of the current time, but I also need a countdown timer of the class each webinar goes for an hour. So I have a tendency to talk long, and I also have the tendency to go over. So I needed just a really simple, in the corner of another monitor, just a visual cue of where we're tracking. I've been trying to use like the timers on like the PC, the timer and the clock on the Mac, countdown, use a phone. These things just aren't right. And so what I did was ask ChatGPT, make one for me. Well, I specified what I wanted and I put it together, and this is it. So it's just a simple HTML, just a bit of Java. So here it displays the current time, and this is my countdown, so I can set the timer. I'll change the time to whatever I want. And so when the class starts, I can just press start, and then you can see it counts down. So I can just have this up in the corner on my other screen, just where I have like my class notes and what I'm going to talk about. And just in the background, I can see it. Now, yeah, so it's not distracting me too much, taking me off topic, and I don't have to open anything. I just leave it up. So it's pretty cool. And I can pause it. I can reset it. I can change the time. Let's just go 5 seconds. So we'll count down from 5 seconds. But if I do go over, I want to know how much I am going over by. So I made the color change red. And so if I can see, okay, look, I'm 5 minutes over, like I really need to just wrap this up now. Or, sort of, I don't know, it gives me something to work with. And so what's really cool is even in the corner of my eye, I can just see that it's red. And I'm like, okay, I know I'm in overtime. I need to start winding this up. Like green is good, red is dead, and that's it. Pause, reset, resets to 1 hour. The code for this, let's have a look at the code. Here it is. Pretty vanilla HTML, some Java, just a simple clock function. Update it, input field, and I just specified some hex colors. How I did that, I just went on Google, or you can just go into any design tool and get those. So where this conversation came from, let's go. Yeah, and here it is. This is the prompt for it. So initially I wanted a Python app. Then I thought, oh no, I don't really want this nav terminal because it means I can't click on anything, and the dynamic update, it's just a pain. So I kind of read through this and I was like, yeah, it'll work, but it's not what I want. So then I decided to just go down something in a browser. It just gave me some JavaScript. And then I just added, I want the background black and the numbers that color. And you don't even necessarily need to try this code out. Like you can derive what's happening through this, and you can just shape it and then plug it in. And then, just keep adding features, functions. I've got it to where I want to go. Like I'm happy with that. for now. And as I develop other features or needs, then I'll just keep adding to it. But this is where ChatGPT is not just a tool, it is a tool to create other tools. And that's how I use it. And yeah, it's a lot of value. Okay. So one thing I also did with this client, which we've got to do, is branding. Now, branding is really tricky with AI because like a lot of the stuff that it does generate, it does feel very, very stock standard. Not Midjourney. Branding vision. So I asked it yesterday, create some logos for me. So in that conversation that we had, like we did sort of derive some answers on style, look, people he likes and so on. We'd also use this, ChatGPT is tell him what do we want to do? What do we need to achieve with this branding? And so this is not pulling this from nowhere, and this is not giving us generic, a brand should communicate this, this, and this, and this. It's like it's exclusively saying what he's asked for. And this is the caveat. This is the biggest point to, you sort of go back on is I had to ask the question, or the answer has to be there in the conversation for the answer to show up and to come out here. If we didn't speak about, what do you want for your brand? What do you like? Who do you have an affinity towards? What are your preferences? Then none of those answers are there to generate this content. So it doesn't work. But knowing this and knowing that the process and the flow, then yeah, let's come out here. So it's pretty cool. I think it's cool. And then we can just simplify it. So that's what I need to know. I've got to do these. And so then I take this. Yesterday, what I tried to do is take all of these insights that we've derived in this conversation, and then I wanted to see if ChatGPT can do a concept based on that. This is what it came up with. It's not bad. It does feel generic. Oh, I've got to put it up on screen. Like, it's not bad, but it just feels a bit generic. So what I had in mind was something along more this route. Like, what my style is I love this simplicity. I love this style because it's really difficult to work with. And by difficult, you think, well, this one's just a triangle and a square missing a triangle shape. How hard is that to create? Oh, like technically that's simple. That's like graphic design day one. You don't even need to be a graphic designer. Anyone could do this. There's 8 points here. Anyone can do 8 points. But this is the art of it, and this is the this is where the creativity from this comes. Well, I believe the creativity comes from is that you've only got 9 points to communicate all of these things. And this goes back to that original thing of, what is perfection? Perfection is when there's nothing left to take away. Well, if you've got 9 points and you're trying to communicate the entire breadth and depth of what this company values, what they offer, and how they're going to deliver that service or product, and you can do it in 8 points, then great. You don't need that 9th point anymore. Like that's just a waste of space. So what I like about it is that it's a purest way of communicating really simply. But here's the hard part. You've only got 8 dots and some lines connected in between to communicate all these things. So it doesn't always work, and it's not always appropriate for the client. And actually, not everybody quite gets it. But hey, this is just my style. And I think like with clients, actually I like that too. You have to be able to communicate what they want to get out there, but you also have to put yourself into that story as well. Because that's why they've come to you. You know, they've come to you because you have a way of seeing, you know, a way of looking at things. You've got a vision. You've got a voice. I think your voice needs to be as much of the brand as the company itself. Now you think, well, that's pretty egotistical. I think it is. But I think what this is describing the world from your perspective. And it's my perspective. So my perspective is this. Now, I wouldn't necessarily go down this route if it wasn't right for the client, but I think it is. Well, gut feel. So yeah, we'll just play around. So I have been playing around with some stuff. Get rid of this code. We're done with that now. So, you know, this is what I was playing around with yesterday. So here's a good example. What I've done, this is really just a comp or a draft. So you can see I've just taken some font off the internet and just live traced it. You know, this is not production quality, but this is me just testing it out before I even buy it. Just consider it as a worth buying and just getting a feel for it. And so this is a good example of like these sort of symbols. Like, yes, once you sort of put this together and you sort of, you know, lay it out properly and, you know, get some good balance happening in here. Turn the snap off and whatnot. Look, we'll figure this out later, but you know, once you get a sort of feel for it, well, back to that example. Is like, this is where one of those cool shapes exists, but in terms of what the client's vision is, like, this means nothing. You know, let's get some more light in here. Yeah. So this means nothing. Like, it's a nothing shape. Yeah. And so this is where it goes back to like what we've got in here. I'll bring up this content. So this is where I put the brand notes in. So yeah, it has a neatness, quality, integrity and friendliness, creativity, simple and natural style. And I think it can sort of tick off on all those. But what it can't do, well, long-term vision. So establishing a public garden centre for community engagement. So I think this is I'm just going to put in here keywords. Say garden centre. I think public is a keyword. And I'm going to say community engagement. So I could probably even take that down further. I'm going to just say, so we're going to represent garden. We'll go and community engage. Oops. Engagement. So that's probably really what we want to be covering. Let's take that out. because the interesting point about this community engagement is I think it has a twofold effect. Because it speaks to that longer term vision of, one day having the public garden centre. So this is how we create this long term vision and value to it. So this is how we can sort of think about this, once it's sort of composed right. Get rid of that. And this is where we can make it sort of work now, but sort of point in that direction. And then we've got garden. So we can't bury the lead and not mention this is for a landscaping company. So that's where we've got to get this shape and this symbol to work for to mean landscaping now. And, the community engagement for now also means, making a symbol that does stand out. Definitely engages people in the community. And by community in this case, we just might be talking about clients, people looking. Some of the things that are stipulated that I think are pretty good. Anyway, is this blue color or a very navy blue, and white font. So I think this is a good start, at least as a comp. Usually what I do with these is I create my sketches. I will do it in a book. Not that you can see because everything's out of focus, but what I'm eventually going to do is just have an overhead camera. So I can have a lot of this also captured. But until then, I think I might just play on the computer just so, we can try this process. I don't necessarily like sketching on a computer because it's really easy to just scribble a couple of brush strokes and get something. But yeah. Well, I think it might be time for lunch. So I'm just going to pause it there. We'll come back. The plan with these live streams is, I'm going to have short, sharp, and different highlight videos, different informational videos, instructional videos. But also what I'm going to do is have like an entire live stream of the process itself. And so sometimes, what you notice with these, these reels and everything is it's also fast. There's these jump cuts, and that's not how people talk. That's not how people think. And yeah. But like within this, when you do live stream and this process of sort of thinking out loud and sort of putting thoughts together, like it's not perfect. It's not, it's not bang, 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 point, 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 point. It is slow. It is backtracking. It is messy. But you have to do this work. You have to do this to sort of to find the signal in the noise. At least that's my belief anyway. Yeah, so with these, I will be doing, long streams. I'm just talking and just trying stuff out. It can be slow, might get boring, but, this is it. This is the process. This is as real as it gets in terms of being a designer in 2024. Utilizing some of the most pioneering tools that are out there, just giving things a go. So yeah, I'll be back. Okay, we're back. We're back. All right. Well, what a day. So, just had to deal with some family stuff. So I got a newborn, a little girl, and I've already got a son, and we've just moved into this new place, and just getting adjusted to having a new addition to the family. So, and I guess like with the way I'm working now is I'm trying to, it was very easy back in the day to have that 9 to 5. Just that 9 to 5. You've got things blocked off in hours, and work is work. 5 o'clock, whatever. Come home. Home is home, and you've got that separation. When you have like an integrated home, and when you've integrated home work together, finding that balance and that blend, there's a real art to that. So still trying to figure out like the best way of doing it. I've started getting up, started working at 5 a.m. to whenever the first kid wakes up, and go from there. So that's roughly about 2 hours, an hour and a half, 2 hours I can get in. And then nap time, I can get like an hour in there. And then after about 10 p.m., whatever time is left, I just fit in what I can. So, I can get a 5 or 6 hour day in. Just have to make it work. What is challenging is like a constant stream of thought and being in that flow state. And you don't necessarily get that luxury, but this is where I'm sort of leaning back into these AI tools of, there's creativity in the constraint. So what this is the constraint, the way to do this creative work in this sort of time frame, in this kind of way. But let's sort of think about it is, okay, well, that's just, these are just the conditions of, what we have now. Now let's utilize as many tools, not just AI, but as many of these you developing tools to help bolster, to sort of fill some of these gaps. And so this is why a part of this creative world experiment is to find the best way to integrate these new intelligent systems into our lives. Because ultimately I want to be here with my family. Like where I am at now, I've got my home studio set up. There's a huge shed that we have out the back, and I've started to repurpose it just to set up a little, my little studio. Like as you can see, it's a really big space. And so my idea is to utilize these tools to, create an income for our family, at a significant scale. Well, that's like, I guess that's more of a success measure. I guess more of a philosophical measure is giving more people access to creative thinking. And like an example I said earlier is that Canva will give you all the tools to produce things. It democratizes creative tools that, like, it's way better than PowerPoint, but it allows people to have access to these types of communication methods, which they could before. You know, there are slimline design and creativity tools out there, but what I was saying about Canva is that my belief is that their philosophical direction isn't to help you to understand why would you do something. It is like, okay, you want to do that? Here, we make it easier for you to do that. We want to do that? We make it easier for you to produce that. But no one's asking or stating, like, why would you do that? Like, this is the wrong this is the wrong design language for that audience. Have you thought about this? If you can crack that tool, I think that's when you give more people access to their own creative superpowers. But anyway, yeah, I'm just checking it out. So this is like my second like stream. So I'm still sort of figuring out the lights, the camera, the software, the microphone. I don't even know where to put it. And just playing around. The cool part is like, the cool part about this thing is you can set up your own like broadcast studio, and like you're already tapped into the world. At the moment, I can look at that's funny. I can look at the amount of people watching right now, and it's 0. And I like it. It's teasing me. It's like it set out a challenge. But yeah, like as I said, like before the break, these live creative hours, it's really just a fly on the wall of doing the work right now and just talking through some shit. Yeah. You know, this is just as real as it gets. The real world isn't as clean cut as a lot of the YouTube videos or the sort of social influencer world would, you know, have us believe. It's a bit messier than that. And as you can see, just as I'm talking, like my thoughts aren't solidified. Okay, but anyway, let's work through this project. Also, like I said, I normally do logo design on Note, you know, on paper. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to try to do it straight in Illustrator. So just going to talk through my process. I do like this font here, but I don't really want to pay for it if the client doesn't like it. So I'm just going to find something similar. If the budget was bigger, you know, I'd absolutely, you know, throw it in there, but it's not that big. So and what I'm probably going to do, I'm actually going to use the timer I set up. I'm going to set it for set it for 10 minutes actually. Actually, this might be a good production timer, just to give myself 10 minutes to look for a font. And if I don't find anything in that time, then what I'm going to start to do instead is move on to the wireframes. So, this is that app I was talking about. Start 10 minutes. I think as I go along, I might, develop this further. Well, yeah. Okay. Let's get into it. So we'll spend 10 minutes looking for a font. If I can't get closer to a logo that I want, then actually no, I don't want the font. What I want is, actually that might be pretty cool. I should want to figure out that symbol. That's where I left off. So we'll get onto that. There was I think still might be live. There's a really good designer, or sort of advertiser, marketer, George Lois. Is it George like that? George Lois advertise in quotes regarding right. Yep. So there's a really interesting quote. George Lois is a famous advertiser and marketer. Kind of the inspiration behind, what's it called? Mad Men. Let's just look him up. George. So my typing's off. I'm so used to using the Mac keyboard. I'm back on a like a Razer keyboard, and although it's nice, I guess I've got to recalibrate. So George Lois. But he's got a really good book. And I always sort of refer back to this as, sort of going about my creative processes. One of the things he sort of warns against is like copying trends. And this is where I sort of have a hesitation with like using Pinterest sourcing inspiration, because what Lord George Lois is quoted as saying is, trends can tyrannize, trends are traps in any creative industry. The fact that others are moving in a certain direction is always proof positive, at least to me, that a new direction is the only direction. And so that's the thing with this is, a lot of this is aggregated through popularity. People like you with like searches have looked for this. And so this is where I think, this is what, like when you look on Behance, how everything seems like a copy of a copy of a copy. Everything is technically well produced, but everything seems just like a dilution of the thing that came before it. Having inspiration versus being original, I don't necessarily think originality is a goal. I think it just comes about. I think originality it's probably not even the right metric, I believe, maybe. So this is the inspiration I've got for, this is what it's recommending. I don't want that. I want the actual Aaron Jones. So these are the things I've saved. I like these shapes. But again, what I've got to sort of bind it to is don't mind the previous chats, but I've got to wrap it back to Actually, no, it's on my... Got too many windows open here. Actually, let's just close this down. I think this is getting in the way. We will search fonts. Like I can find a font that's similar to what we got. Pinterest is already up. Like I can find something similar to that. Oh, there is actually a font. What's it called? What's the VW font called? VW. No, I can't remember. There's a pretty famous font that's quite standard. I can't remember. I thought it was a VW font, but I could be wrong. Well, that's kind of the font I want, actually. Probably not as playful as that, though. Anyway. What have we got for the brand? I think once this clock runs out, I'm just going to move on to mocking up the website and just allow the brand to kind of just state a little bit. Because what I need to do, I'm getting all over the place. I'm not used to talking and working at the same time. So this is a new skill I'm learning. But it's good practice. So I need to convey these things: neatness and quality, integrity and friendliness, creativity, simple, natural style, and the long-term vision that this client has is establishing a public garden centre for community engagement. So the keywords I really pulled out with this that's got to show, I think these are going to come regardless. You know, these are kind of just a simple innate qualities that will just come. You know, when you do this for long enough, you have a feel for how this stuff works. This is a good North Star, which this is quite easy conceptually for me. I just know that in 5 years, this should be on top of a sign and a massive garden centre that has these sort of community involved gardens, like cafes and shops. So I have to picture it in that final, in that final resting place, a vehicle to get to there, but also imagine it and how does it look today with a landscaper. Because sometimes these things, I think these things can become a self-fulfilling prophecy, because if they can see it and this thing points them in that direction, then with all the energy that I focus on this, they're probably just going to naturally go that way anyway. Sorry, I'm eating on the microphone. Okay. So what I want to play is community and garden and community engagement. So if I can get this shape, whatever shape, here, to make it feel a little bit gardeny. I don't mind if it's metaphorically feels community engagement, but I think I just need to dial up the gardening of it. So there's two ways I can go about this. I can just sort of look for garden logos. This is going to bring out like the typical green, sort of rounded, curvy leaf vector shit. I'm looking for my pins. And this stuff is typical, not that memorable. This is actually probably closer to where I want to go. Actually, I really like that. See, these types of ones, like they're cool. It comes together really well, but it feels so contemporary and now that doesn't have that longevity. And I think it's the hyper stylization that's got on it. You can say, well, it's not really that hyper stylized, but you know, it's quite definitive. So as I was saying, there's two ways of doing this. We can either look for inspiration in the pieces of other logos to incorporate back into our idea. So I make a collage of different elements out there. That's one way to do it, but I guess that makes us less of a designer and more as a creative aggregator. Or we can go down the other route and we can go, I guess, more metaphorical. So I'll go, I'm going to type in garden. Timing is terrible today. And so this is the other route. And I guess this is more of the purist route where we sort of look at these and find some inspiration in the lines, elements like can we, look to some of these. I think, that element, I could create a shape like this or, something. And I think that's the best, ultimately I think that's the best creative way of doing it. I think it does take a lot more energy, a lot more time. Like alternatively, you just go in the garden and just sort of sit there and wander and sort of take it all in. That's valid. But I think I just want to move quickly on this because, again, it's not a massive project. So it would be great to spend so much time on this stuff. And you never know, like you could just accidentally stumble upon things. But hey, it is what it is. So it looks interesting. It is what it is, but I think we're going to keep it simple and probably go down this route. Is it a bit lazier? I think it's easier, but it's not easy. And I might just want to save some references for some branding as well. But hello. Isn't it funny? We're searching like garden stuff, and I've just been searching logos. But then suddenly, I just sort of go down this, I guess the ads. It's like, how is it making the correlation? Like, I think this thing must know. I don't think it's correctly. I don't think the advertising algorithm is correctly adjusted because it's showing me things that I want to see, but I'm also not going to buy these. And so just from a place that, I have no backgrounds, I'm just sort of speaking out my ass with this. I think they're misrepresenting I think Pinterest is misrepresenting to the advertisers the interest, like the engagement. Because yes, I'm engaged, but I'm not going to buy anything. I'm just going to sit here and stare at it. And it's going to show me more. And I'm going to sit here. I think that's the same one. Oh no, it's a different color. And so what you get is you get this advertiser like seeing some metrics, but how much of this will correlate to click-throughs and sales? Like, I'm not going to buy any of this stuff. And here's the other part though, and this is what makes this shit, is it's so distracting. Like, I'm here in sort of a work mode to focus and get something done. And, you see like tits and us. And it's kind of counter. It's like, if this is supposed to be a creative environment, it's taking me out of it. But, someone's got to pay for this. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Anyway, I really like this, so let's just keep it simple. That's pretty cool. That is cool. Yeah, that is good, but I guess we've seen that a lot. Want something a bit more nuanced. I think might be the winner. Oh, and that's also a difficult thing with these um, shapes. These geometric shapes is they're really hard to protect because it's so they're too simple. It's hard to protect the identity. There's only so many ways you can draw a circle or a rectangle. So, yeah. Anyway, I like this. Let's just work with this for now. So I'm just going to copy image, bring up this. It's pretty cool. I could probably even just make this, but damn about that. No, we'll do this. Lock it in place. Just kind of rough it out. See if these align. No. I was hoping that they would align, but they don't. And by the way, I've got music on in the background. It's going to be. Maybe it's that. So one of the tricks with doing this sort of stuff is making the shape, getting the shape right, getting it even. So sometimes you got to figure out these jigs, and that's not going to work because it's off. So you've got to sort of creatively solve these things, and I reckon I can probably do it like this. In hindsight, like what I'm looking at now, I actually want this shape because I think it's pretty badass. So now I just got to figure out how to do it. Now, there's probably a stupidly simple way of doing this, but I don't know. Because I want it to be even. It's not perfect, but again, I might not go down this route. Yeah, that'll do. Just trying to figure it out. Oops. Yeah. It's the start of something, but yeah, I'm not convinced. So this is why I don't like designing in Illustrator, because that can be quite a lot to set up, and yeah, it's not really what I want. So we'll just save that. It's going somewhere. I think what I might do, that original like 4 or 5 minute clock I set is now minus 16 minutes, but at least it's given us something to progress with. Sorry, it was a 10-minute clock. So we'll just use that as a placeholder. Let's just go get a version of this. I do want that file. I just don't want to pay for it. It's not that I don't want to pay for it. It's just if the client doesn't like it, if it doesn't work, we've just sunk X amount of dollars. I think I might go for a Google font though, because that gives me something I can plug into the website. Not that I can't do the other ones, but yeah. So we're just going to play with Aaron. Oh, no, that's the font. We need Aaron Jones. And I want Gardens in all caps. I might just go in here and save this. Sorry for eating on the mic. Actually, I'll just mute. Yeah, Google Fonts used to be heaps better to search than this. I think in terms of these cheaper ones, Adobe is way better. There's just so many choices. Let me bold. Can that get me close to where I want to go? Yeah, maybe. Might be able to get away with this one too. Stolen fonts. Fun. All right. So we got outfit and what's the other one? Get rid of that shit. Outfit and Lexan. So let's. Oh, I hope I don't have to restart, but save that. Right. No, good. It's not bad. Yep. It's actually really close. So what I might do is I'm just going to manually kern this. All right. This is kind of where we're at. It needs some finesse in, but hey, it's a beginning. From where that went to what this is. Now there's a caveat. Is the caveat with this is that this is not an original design, but it's not necessarily a brand that already exists. It's just a geometric shape. So, but what we're trying to do here, we're just trying to communicate. We're not trying to create original. So we're just going to move on. Generally, what will happen is there'll be adjustments made to this because, this is just really just a sketch. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go there and refine this a bit more, this manual kerning. I don't know necessarily what I'm going for. I wonder if I can, but just going for a feeling. It just feels right. This end doesn't feel right. Oh, it actually feels pretty good. There's a little... Yeah. It's quite a big jump with this manual kern, but... Yeah, okay. And then what I might do to get it perfect is I'll create outlines and then really get in there and do it. This to me just seems a little bit too... Okay, so I came up with this really cool tool. We'll save that. I'll bring up this. I'll just leave those open for now. Get rid of that. I think we can probably... is there anything to be inspired by with this? Not really. No. So we'll kill that now. We can always go back to our references. Yeah, kind of fits in the pocket of all that stuff. I made this really cool tool. And what are we going to call it? I'll just call it... It's a ratio calculator. So what makes this tool really awesome is it uses Pythagoras, not Pythagoras. What's that thing called? The golden ratio. This thing. Golden ratio. What's the other name for it? For the Fibonacci sequence, that's it. It uses a ratio of the Fibonacci sequence, which is 1.618, as a way of working out like the ratio of areas. So let me give you an example. So if the width of something, here's where we plug in that ratio, 1.6180, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know how I got to that many decimal places, but maybe I calculated it out somewhere. So let's say I've got a rectangle at 511. Okay, well actually I'll show you an example of this. So how am I going to do this? Okay. I don't know if it's going to actually work like this, but I'll give it a whirl. Oh yeah, we go by width. So I'm just going to draw that out there. I'm just going to go invert that. I'm going to make the color pink. So I'm a bit slow. I haven't been doing a lot of design lately. So I'm not as fast in these tools as I usually am when I'm in a production environment, because I'm not doing this day to day. My actual day job is in the lab, in a lab. So what I'm going to do is probably just going to take that width there. I'm not going to worry about the height on this. Oops. So now we've got this transform. So the width we've got here is, why is this in points? I don't want any points. When has anyone ever used points? I used to be such a master of this. I still remember all the shortcuts, but I prefer to work in pixels. Yeah, they can be in points. So the width we've got is 728 pixels. So if we plug that into here for our width, go like that. Now what it does is it sort of corresponds everything, all the possible measures, to this original dimension. So what that means is in the width, we can, like the 1-to-1, that really should be a 1-to-1 ratio, but would be 728. But if I sort of want to step down the levels in regards to this ratio, these are the exact values that I should use for a rectangle. So let me just give an example. So we'll get this one, 96 point whatever. What I might do is just drag this out over here. I'm going to plug in its new value. Like that. Actually, I'm going to undo that. Okay. I don't want to scale strokes and effects. And that one's a bit too small, so I might go 600. Actually, no, we'd go this one. So then I go and I plug this in, enter. Now what you can see is it's given me like a new sort of rectangle, and I can line it up. I should probably line it up exactly. And now what I do is my choice to fit these within those areas. And then I'll know that this is designed within that ratio. And I can even get down to the point of like, the space between this. So I don't necessarily like this one. Another way I can do this is I can probably approximate out. Let's say I just want to go to there. So we got 1360. So I might just go in here and look for the closest one to 1360. Well, let's go the other way. Let's take this one instead. Now, I haven't done this for a while, so I'm not that adept to it. But the reason why I built this spreadsheet was because I was designing an app and I was just kind of eyeballing it and things just looked a little bit off. Oh, there we go. There's a good example. And I just couldn't figure out why. And so the way I sort of got it there was, like it might have been just a pixel out, but that's all the difference. And it was upsetting me. So then I came up with this technique and it seemed to work really well. So I might get a small value just to get in here. So it'll look like this. So I might get that 96 again. Now I'm sure there's like simpler tools out there than this to do it, but I just found it worked really well. Yeah, I might go down smaller. Might go 36. And because I was designing an app, it just helped me to not eyeball things. So I get that there. Now I could be more accurate and like align things, but again, I'm not trying to do. I really shouldn't even be doing this. So you can see things are starting to kind of click together, and now I can reuse these things. So I might get this tool here, and I might use that to inform this gap. Let's just take a copy of this. Let's take a copy of the whole thing. And now I might convert this to outlines. Go Control Shift G. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Now another one I might do is, because I want this garden thing to be center, so I might just grab, you've got to kind of improvise with this technique a lot. So we've got a 378 there. Yeah, there's nothing really there. 378. Let's go. It's a big jump, isn't it? So let's try this one. Oh, that's not too bad. And again, this is kind of, this is eyeballed. She might just convert that to outlines too. Yep. Now, you might be asking about the height. So I won't use these rectangles for the height. What I do is I take this height, 496. Then I plug it back into the calculator. And look, it now gives me the values. I can. This is almost like if you've got only, let's say you've got 12 pencils to work with. These are the values of the colors. And so in this case, we've only got 12 measurements to work with. Well, we've got more than that because we've got the plus and the minus. So we've got 15, but well, yeah, 15. So these are the numbers we can use. So what I might do with this is I might just take this. And I'm just going to try and get an approximate height. This just helps guide me of like how I'm going to measure this up. So we're roughly aiming for about 407. Nothing there. We'll try this one, see what happens. This might not be big enough. No, sorry, I plugged it into the wrong one. Should be in the height. Okay, well that'll do. So that's actually not bad. What I'm going to do is center that to the big one, if I can. Yeah, no, I don't like how that shifted that. So what I might do is just take one of these out. Then I'll line that. And again, you don't really want to be sort of doing these manual eyeball adjustments. But that'll do. So here's interesting. I can bring this down here, but then it's going to leave me short on this side. So what I might do is I think I might just bring it down a touch. And then just do, slight nudge. So another one with the height. So I might even take $136. I'll take that number. Now there is a way, to do this. I just forgotten the rule of thumb. It's been 4 years since I've done this. Maybe longer. There we go. So even though I can't get it like to the edges, what I will do is just center it to that box. Might get rid of these ones. And so now what I'll do is I'll find something that fits that gap. So you can see doing this is not that fast. Too big. Go next one down. But it's amazing like how well this works. Yeah, I think that might be too far away. I don't know. For shits and giggles, I might just take the next one down. That's better. So I might treat this as one object and center it in this box. Center it vertically. And there we go. Now what we do is we'll just take off these guidelines. Like that. These guide rails. Get rid of them. Yep. And there we go. But I think what I might do is just bring it. I might bring it back down because I think where I just broke that then is I centered it not to any ratio. So let me just actually delete that. I think what I need to do, this one should probably be in line with that top one. Then maybe I do need to go for that bigger one here. Just 44. Now, typically I wouldn't do it like this because we've spent a lot of time doing this and it may not actually work, or the client might not actually like it. So that's why, sort of save this sort of work till the end. Because, it's quite laborious. Okay. I think I might actually bring the top of that in. Might be better if I bring the top in and maybe shift it over like that. Because there's nothing on that side, but then I might actually throw out the space, but yeah, I think that looks all right. We'll save that. So what I'm going to do is just open up a new one. I'll say we'll just do A4, keep it CMYK. And Yeah, this is designing. Fun. Well, we've gone way over. That was 55 minutes past that 10 minutes I originally set. Yeah, it's not my favorite logo. Something about it's not quite right. Which is another reason why not to spend all that time laying it out. No. Because maybe I don't want that big. Yeah, it's not quite right. But like this is all pleasantly put together. Just this element's not quite sitting. Anyway, that's what we're going to go with for now while we get all the rest of the website, other elements built. I guess we need a tagline. Well, no, let's actually put this in a mock-up. Really just get a... It's a tagline. I think... So here's an idea, play around tagline, bring landscape visions to life. It's kind of nothingness. I think a good tagline is, urging, motioning for someone to do something, bringing your landscape vision to life. It's a bit boring. I was working with another client, and the tagline was so simple. I don't know if you'd call it a tagline, but it was just like new home builders. So simple, new home builders. because that's just what they do. We'll go with that. I don't really love it. It's a bit tacky, but this will just be, what's our font outfit? So as you can see with this stuff, like AI hasn't necessarily made the whole process easier. It's made like, there's some yeah, like I've systemized some parts of it, but the what it's given us here, it's not necessarily like ready to go. So like these are very sort of pretty yuck, I believe. So I think I might just use a placeholder. Actually, I had another client. What was this tagline? What was their name? Mitchell supports.com.au. Supporting independence. Well, that's actually just came up from what they do. They want to give people in their independence. But they're also an independent entity to themselves. So, yeah, I'm not sold on this logo yet. But I'll start to build the website just to get a feel for it. But let's go back to our insight engine and just ask it, what does Aaron do that? So him. So attention to detail, but is that a tagline? Curated gardens and landscapes. Yeah, it's a bit wanky, but yeah, I don't know. It's not quite working, but we've got somewhere today. Yeah, I'm not loving this. I think it's this shape. I think we'll work on it. I think we'll probably find a different shape, but it's closer. Yeah, I think that's a bit of a wish-washy tagline as well. See what else he does. Um, something you can hear about the community part and connecting with the outdoors. but that sucks. It's like connecting homes with the door spaces. I don't like that. It's a bit wordy. I'll say rewrite. It's not bad, but again, these are a little bit lame. There's something there. Much in the way I choose those logos for that simplicity. I don't like that at all. I'll keep it there. I like to do the same with the text. No, we'll get rid of that. Yeah, that's probably a bit better. Now, this one also is going to be a Squarespace website. Yeah, it's going to be a Squarespace website. Just because the client needed to do that. Well, they want some, yeah, they wanted some, to be able to update it by themselves, which is absolutely fair. So I've got a good sense of what they want. I think what I'm going to do is just quickly choose a template. I'm just having a look at these, getting a feel for it. I don't want to do too much. Like if I can avoid doing too much work to it, the better. But it's also got to work for what he's after. I might go for this one. Yeah, like it's pretty basic, but it's maybe a little bit understated. But anyway, we'll start with this just to get a feel for this logo in situ. Got to head off soon, but if I don't like it, then I'll just delete it. So first thing I'm going to do is just save this out. I actually don't even like... Let's just get stuck into it. Grab that hex color. What I'm really trying to achieve with this is just see how the logo looks. All right. Actually, we'll export that selection. Yep, we'll export the asset. I don't know why it does this. Yep. So we'll plug this in and see what happens. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not feeling it. Yeah, I'm not really feeling that logo. So I'll just do another variation. I'm just going to eyeball this one in. Let's just try this one. Let's try this. Yeah. It's okay. It just doesn't feel... doesn't feel right. But, anyway, we've tested it. Anyway, I think we'll call it a day for there, and we'll come back and figure out what's next. So it's a big day. Couple of hours, 4 or 5 hours, 4 hours. Yeah. Thanks for watching The Creative Hour. Catch you later.